meeting. So we start the second day, the first session. And in the first session of today, we have the intervention of the chair of the festival and practice commission. And his name is Mr. Geert Nagel from Netherlands. Welcome. This is your time to speak.
Good morning, dear friends. Thank you for coming. I hope you can have a good day. And after the day of yesterday, I hope we also the next day will have a good meeting. We can talk about our situations, and maybe we can be helpful for improving our future as IOV. I want to introduce me as a festival director. I was active many years in IOV. And I want to introduce myself to you as a member of IOV since many years. And after that, I tell you about our ideas about the Festival Commission, the collaboration with festivals all over the world, with groups from all over the world, and also the handicraft workers, individual members are always welcome to give their information to me, and I place it into the website. If you have special requests, today is the day that we can discuss about it. First of all, my introduction. I'm active in folk art since 1984 in my own country, the Netherlands, and many years I was the initiator of the Sibo Festival in the Netherlands. And many groups have been our guests in the past period, and maybe, I hope, also in the future we can go on with organizing the Sibo Festival because it has a good name in the Netherlands. Also, our guests have brought the name with them to all countries over the world. So I'm proud of it. But now we have some problems, and it's the cause of the day. I will tell you more about our situation in the Netherlands. I also try to be active as an impresario, a voluntary impresario. I never have earned any money for doing my activities for groups that want to participate in the festival or something else. I retired from my job as a water manager in a water board in the Netherlands. I have finished my work, my active work, and I'm now full voluntary active for IOV. And I have a lot of pleasure in doing my activities in this world of folk art. It's a place in my heart. 2016, we have started our activities as a new board, then elected in Bergamo in the VGA. And it was also my start in the board of directors as the young help of Fabrizio. And I have a lot of pleasure to be active in this position. We are trying to improve all the situations that were not working properly in the past years. And therefore, we have the plan time to change. And we are still working on improving our goals from that year. We are not ready. And yesterday you heard already about the situation of this moment. As I told you before, we try to give our support to folkloristic art festivals all over the world. And it has to be a family of festivals that know from each other what they prefer. We can have a lot of benefits when we work together. And we can arrange tours for groups from other continents to come to Europe, to come to Latin America, for instance. And you cannot travel for 1 week to a foreign country. It's very expensive, so many groups ask for a tour through Europe to have the possibility to see more of the different countries, to learn about the culture, because one of the most important things in a festival is to learn about the differences of culture, to have respect for different cultures without taking knowledge about political systems, etc. Only friendship is the base of our work. We not only are busy for folk groups, we also try to find opportunities for individual people who are busy with traditional handicrafts, traditional cooking. On many festivals you see the introduction of handicrafts, cooking activities, etc. And the fourth, but not the less important, is the scientific seminars. We see on many festivals activities that combine festivals with scientific conferences, special questions to deal with the participants and the audience. Worldwide, we try to collaborate. And I think it's most important for IOV collaboration with everyone who likes the traditions and who is active in keeping them alive. When I started in 2016, there was a printed festival calendar, and it was not very useful. The world has changed. Nowadays, we are communicating not by paper, but only by telephones and computers, etc. So it was the time to change also the system of announcing the festivals. It's a better way to find the opportunity to use telephones and data systems with electronic background. Printed materials are very expensive, and it's not changeable. Many times we saw on the festival calendar, the printed edition, that festivals were cancelled or there were some changes in dates. But nowadays we have the possibility to change immediately the things that are necessary for having knowledge about the exact situation. The flexibility, fast information to all the users. During my presentation I show you also some pictures, and you will not be surprised that many pictures that I show you out from my own festival, the festival in Oudhoorn in the Netherlands. A parade of festival activities is one of the starts, and also mostly the closing ceremony is a part of the festival program. Starting in 2016 means also that we have to gather all the information that was available about festivals in all the countries. But when I started, it was not easy to find out all the contact addresses of the festival organizers. So it took one or 2 years before we had a complete overview of all the festivals. And I learned that it's not always easy to get in contact with people from other continents to get information about festivals, dates, the conditions, etc. I also learned, yesterday we spoke about it, and you heard it from our treasurer, that the discipline for doing the payment was also very weak. And we are still working on it, that everyone who wants to have the benefits of our organization must accept that there is also necessary to do your annual payments. We are working with a very, very small budget. We offer the groups to promote also their activities. All the groups, member of IOV, can send me information about the history of the group, the pictures of the group, their goals, and we have a place on our website to introduce the groups. And it's a room where you can offer your product, your traditional product of folk art to the world. And I invite all the groups, member of IOV, to send me your information, and I will take care for it, that it will be placed on our website. In the past years, we also see more individual members who are working in traditional art activities, cooking and handicraft workers. They are also very welcome to our organization, and we publish their activities with great pleasure in our website. What are the characteristics of a festival, IOV festival? There are more organizations worldwide that bring festivals to the audience. But in our IOV festivals, we try to keep the traditionals of culture alive. And it's not easy. It's not easy because the younger generation has many other ideas about the things they like to see. And it's not always possible in festivals that we only have the traditional program. We must accept that some elaborated groups also get a place in the festival. Sometimes it's very difficult to see the difference between elaborated and stylized activities on the stage. We also try to find possibilities for live music bands, because in the past it was not difficult to invite big groups to the festivals, but nowadays we have to know that the costs of organizing a festival are raising up very, very fast, and it's not always possible to invite big groups with big music bands to the festival program. Also, it's very, very important to have a good collaboration between festivals. And a chain of festivals through Europe Asia is almost necessary to realize such a trend, and we have to understand it. One of the most important characteristics is that we have no competition in our festival. We don't give prizes for the best group. What's the best group? It's a choice for everyone. You can have a favorite in a program, but making difference between the activities on stage is very, very difficult to say you are the best one. I always say in my festival, you all were the best. We have made a selection of groups, we have tried to make a good program, and all of you have done your best to be the best in the festival. The characteristics of IOV festivals, you know it all, I think. Free accommodation, at least 3 meals a day. Compensation of the cost for transport within the country from the airport to the festival area is normal, that kind of costs are for the festivals. Inside the country, if there are activities in several places, you see it that some groups have to go to more cities during the festival period. Travel costs inside the country are normal, paid by the organizer of the festival. Also, we have to say that there is free time for sightseeing. Groups from abroad have to get the possibility to see a little bit more than only the festival area, because we are working to learn about culture. And we want to see, to give the groups the opportunity to learn about the specific culture in a country. I think it's very important that organizers count on such costs. I introduce dancing in the landscape. Not always necessary to have a stage. I saw yesterday evening in the Heritage Days that the groups also are dancing on the street. It's okay, it's no problem. Why should it be possible? Dancing in the meadow, why not? If it is possible, do it. The landscape is very important as a background. Now, more benefits for being a member of IOV. As Festival Commission, we try to be helpful. We offer our service to find the best groups to the wishes of the festival organizer. And when they ask me, we need a group from any country, Latin America for instance, I try to get in contact with the representative of Latin America, and I want to talk about it. What can we do for this question from the country? Let's try to find a good group for the festival. It's one of our aims to bring the best groups on the stages of the festival organizers. We also offer our service to the groups because they want to see more of the world. They want to see other groups participating in the festival, to learn about culture in the festival. We offer groups also our help to find such festivals. Tours. I talked already about it. You always can ask for me for possibilities to get a longer tour. It's also important to have knowledge about the quality of a festival. If you are organizing a festival, it's not always normal that everything is going smoothly. There are always little problems. You see it also in our VGA. There are some misunderstandings because we have to understand everything. So it's very important to learn about the activities of the festival organized. Was everything as they had expected? If not, we have to try to find solutions for bettering, improving a new edition. I also would like to have more collaboration between other organizations. Collaboration, we need it. CIDAF, VAPA, CIDAF, IGF are similar organizations working in the line of folk art, but it's nearly similar as IOV. We must be open for information, sharing our ideas, and only in that way we can survive on our folk art, because it's very difficult nowadays to survive our situation. After the COVID period, it's more and more difficult to organize our activities. We want to give our support to all members of IOV and know that everything you get for your annual fees is much more than the cost of paying the annual fees. Colorful activities in the festivals. When I see this picture, it's some years ago, 2019, just before the COVID-19 period, crowded, many visitors on the festival area. And it gives me a very warm feeling when we see so many visitors watching our performances that we offer during the festival days. This is also a picture of my festival in the Netherlands. Some years ago, 5 stages in the open air, and the audience could walk nearly similar at the Heritage Days in Sharjah. The audience is walking from stage to stage, and what they like to see, they stay a little longer. One of our wishes is how do we get more money? Because I have a lot of ideas about improving our work, but everything we are doing costs a lot of money. We have to find fundraising. We have to find possibilities to get money from governments, from other institutes who can be helpful to keep our traditions alive. We have to study about it as possibilities. Each country has a lot of fundraising situations, and we must try to find a solution for using this. It's not easy. I also would like to extend our commission, our festival commission. And at this moment, if there are candidates, I would like to have more collaboration in Asian countries. A new member for African and Middle East countries is very welcome. The American countries and also from European countries. With more people, we can improve our organization. My idea. Colorful. No words to say about this. I like to see it. Here also you see performance on the street. It's possible. People like it. Music groups, Mongolia in this case. In the school area where normally the children are playing, now they give a short music concert. colorful. Ensembles. This is an example of Romano Sol. Romano Sol is an ensemble from Romania, the university, the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, and they are now for the second time in Heritage Days. Very special group, and worthful to see them performing. A group from Georgia, special dances, the Shroud dances are very important, very well known, but also the movements of the ladies on the stage are always very impressive. Egypt is also a specific culture, and it's very worthwhile to bring it into the festival. African countries also special folk art. It's very worthwhile to have it in your festival, but it's not always easy to get the visa for such groups. There's a lot of problems to get into the festivals. For instance, traveling from countries in Africa to Europe is more and more difficult. Algeria, also very, very nice folk art to see. Some pictures. I only want to show you that the difference in culture is very, very wide. For the audience, it's very important that you have to make a program that is attractive for the audience. And without the audience, to do the entrance payments, it's impossible to organize a festival. Traditional food presentations during the festival days, you also can combine this with activities and food presentations. Let the world know the quality and the taste of your food, your country. Bring it with you into the festivals. Craftwork. Nowadays there is a lot of interest for craftwork, handicraft workers, and there is a very, very wide diversity in craftwork around the world. But we must try to keep it alive. Cultural activities on a festival. Doing your hair in a specific model. It's one of the possibilities that I have tried to bring it also in my own festival. Picture of the Heritage Days, 2018, was the first time I was there, and I enjoyed it very much. A mixture of culture. What's more worthwhile than bring people from around the world all together into a festival and to join after 3 days, 4 days, it's one family. And I only can enjoy such moments that they have learned each other, they have talked to each other, and they found a way to collaborate also in the future. This is one of the most impressive pictures in my festival. We have always both families who invite the guests into their houses for being with them during the festival. And at the end, it's all tears when they have to take leave. It's a very, very difficult moment. And the warm feelings of friendship, they stay forever. I come to the end, and some goals to improve. Independent and non-binding advices for festival organizers. We offer our service to organizers and groups with an interest to take the advantage of our world organization. It's necessary to have more collaboration between festivals because the chain of festivals is more and more. We see that some festivals have finished, and then we have a gap in the chain. It's very important to find opportunities to bring festivals closer to each other, than groups can go from festival to festival and can have a tour through Europe. And our goals, they are not all in our hands, but we must work on it. And only by working together, we can make this improvement for the future. I thank you for listening to me.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Gill, for your intervention, and we hope for the big room up of the Festival Commission, and especially for the handicraft. We have many hoping about that. So now is the time to take the floor of Javier Navarro, our friend from Colombia, Spain, China, Freelander. Welcome.
See, yeah. Okay, nice to meet you guys. My name is Javi. As Fabricio just said, I was born in Colombia. I was raised in Colombia. And through festivals, I got the opportunity to travel all around the world. I met a lot of people, a lot of cultures, different dances, different music. I was former engineer. Then I developed my career through cultural management. And I just got my PhD 3 years ago about cultural industries and communication, right? Through festivals, I knew how to develop a career, not only visiting festivals, or not only dancing, or not only doing an artistic projects, but also to promote and to get into the policies and how to develop that for the community, not only for your own project, your own group, or your own festivals. I also had organized different festivals in Spain. I worked before meeting Emma, I worked in China with other companies. And right now I'm working in China with her, and we are doing different projects. I remember 12 years ago in 2010, I went and visited and met her in Sibo festivals. You might know that festival is one of the best known festivals in the world for more than 40 years, something like that, right? I also have friends who met his wife and his husband to a festival, right? My friend from Colombia met his wife from Spain in one of the festivals in Serbia. I also have another friend from Italy who married a Croatian girl in a festival in Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? So this is one part when we can say we are not from the place that we born. We are from one world, right? And this is one of the organizations that can give you that opportunity when you are just close on your own country. You probably might not have the opportunity to develop that with other countries, but we have more things in common that we might know, right? So as a musician, I also got the opportunity to play music with African musicians. All our music comes from Africa, from the African slaves, from the history. I also can talk with European musicians, and as well with Asian musicians, right? So this is the beauty of this kind of organizations. But right now, everything that we have to do, we have to focus on one thing, and that is the plan that UNESCO has for this kind of organizations. And if we don't keep in mind the policies, we will never improve from being just an artistic group or an artistic festival, right? Because we will never have that kind of funding. One of the biggest problems for all of us is the funding, right? We never have money and nobody wants to give us money. Am I right? It's super difficult, right? For artists and also for festivals, for festival managers. But we are focused right now. This is the agenda for the UNESCO, and they are focusing on Africa and also on gender equality. That means that we might have 50 men and 50 women for any project that we want to put on a UNESCO level, right? In a UNESCO level, they will ask you for that, and they will ask you for the money. If you can't assure that you have $2 million, $3 million, it's impossible to get any project from them, right? Or to get the approval and the support from UNESCO, right? So my invitation for groups and for managers is just that you just need to focus on what they want, right? They want this, and also you have to focus on the priority groups. The priority groups are the youth and the small islands. So if you are coming from one small island, you have a big chance that you are gonna get support from UNESCO. If you don't have that, it's almost impossible to get that, right? Okay, so apart from that, you might know that we have a lot of artificial intelligence right now, right? We have a big talk about that. It's easier to communicate right now between each other. We don't have that kind of barrier anymore. But we have to apply that on these kind of organizations. These kind of organizations were born in the 70s, basically. CIOV, IOV, FIDA, all of those organizations were born in that time. At that time, we just, call each other, send by telegram or something like that. That was at that time. But right now, we are still keeping that, and it's still difficult to communicate with each other. So, for example, we want to build this database with big data, but it's super difficult for us to get in contact with you. And I can kind of understand that, because if I am a festival manager, I just want groups for my festivals, right? Or if I am a group, I want a festival. I don't want to answer any question for a university, right? For a research, it's kind of boring. I understand that. But if we don't do that, if we don't support this kind of projects from the university level, we will never improve. So we have created last year from the Academy of Cultural Heritage, we create a questionnaire based on a UNESCO goals, and we want you to feel that, because we have a communication directly to UNESCO right now. Professor Emma Chen said yesterday about that we got an UNESCO chair, so we have direct communication with them. And this is the only way to get to other countries, especially to the governments of other countries. Because I remember 4 years ago, I did a presentation here, and one of the answers were like, the artists or the managers are not interested in policies, right? They hate politicians. I mean, we all hate politicians, I know that. But if we don't work with them together, it's difficult. I mean, when you become aging and when you become older, then you pass away and then everything is forget, right? So we need to put just that on a database, on a big data, and then pull all the information on that platform. So all of the colleagues from the board of the members, they know each other to other organizations. I know that some of you are also members on FIDA or on CIOV, right? But the good thing on IOV is that you can do research and you can communicate with professors, right? And when you are communicating on higher education, it's easier to follow your path with your group and with your festival. It's becoming easier, okay? So I want to put this example, this one of my slides from 4 years ago, okay? So we got a pool of 600 festivals between CIOV and IOV basically. But what happened with that? when we did the research at the beginning, we have like a 1,000 festivals or something. But okay, this is international festivals. Okay, don't count national festivals, just international. We count that. Yeah, we can have 1,000, but some of the festivals are in different organizations, right? So the same. I don't know. I just want to put an example. Cibo Festival is also in FIDAF or also in IOV, right? So we don't really have 1,000 festivals. We have a pool of 600 festivals. That's the thing, and that is the problem for us as well. But we only received 120 answers. That was in 2018, right? Then we worked with a Brazilian university from Rio Grande do Sul during fall COVID. We called the project fall COVID, and we only received 30 answers, right? It was uncertain that period. So we moved from 120 to 30 in 2021. And last year we did this one related to UNESCO objectives, and we just received a little less than 80, you know? And right now we are more than 80 people here, and we manage more than 80 festivals right now here in this conference. So the invitation for you is that trying to get in contact with the higher educational, we contact with the professors, contact with policies and policy makers, because otherwise the organization is not gonna last forever, right? What happens is our board members get retired, right? So if we don't have these kind of things, we can improve that in the future. And I want to mention these festivals because, you know, on the COVID situation in China, we were closed as well as in the rest of the world. But one thing that, for example, Gerd just showed you is the amount of people. And I want to make sure that if you ever been to China, it's massive. It's something that you can't believe. So for the groups, for example, if you have the opportunity to visit us in China, you will need to carry a multimedia cameraman, a multi-cameraman, like 3 or 4 cameras, because it's massive. You can do a lot of interviews and you can record anything you want there, because it's gonna help you on your marketing when you go back to your country. It's gonna help you a lot. So this is one picture of 2016. We were there with the Colombian group. Then in 2018 we go back with an Argentinian group, and it's amazing. So if you have never had this feeling of rock star, this is the place to feel like a rock star, right? Like, you have all the fans with you, and they please give an autograph or something like that, right? So this is a good platform for you as an artist and as an artistic group. Yeah. For example, in Europe, if you ever been to Europe in festivals, more or less it's hundreds. You can count by hundreds. But in China, you can count by thousands, about hundreds of thousands. So it's pretty nice for your marketing projects if you have for your artistic group. This is one of the pictures from that. These are the pictures in China, and this is the survey that we created for UNESCO objectives. This survey was sent to you. I don't know if you remember this. We made it in English and also in Spanish. So if you have any chance to translate to your own language, please get in contact with me. Okay, we need to create this database in order to put that through UNESCO. Otherwise, when we go to UNESCO, they will never believe who we are, right? And the good thing is that we need to know then who we are, right? So thank you very much. This was just my impression. So please give me your WhatsApp or whatever. I'm gonna send you this survey if you are a festival manager, okay? And we can keep in contact for more conference and things on a research level, okay? So thank you very much.
Let me come. I'm so proud of him. You know, that is why IOV and international festival so important is because I met Javier 3 years ago, also in Shanghai. He was a PhD doctor, is not finished his study. And in that time, I'm looking for postdoc. And I asked him, do you want to come to my university to be my for start, let's researching together. And what is your function? He said, it's just research of the festival. I said, let's do that. So now this is our project. We are nearly finished, but not really. And we're going for 120 different festivals. We're going to ask 1,000 people, and how much, what is your audience, how you are organized, how the government support you. Do you have also children, and how many generations are as audience to enjoy it, to go in the festival? But we have no problem. We have only festival from Europe. We filmed a lot of festival from Asia. So now I will just make small announcements. Our friends who you are working in Asia as festival leader or group, please contact with Javier. Let's finish our project. We are going to publish a book to UNESCO. It is also all of us working together. So that is what here to say. Before 3 days, you know nobody, but after 3 days, we become friends. So thank you, Festival, and thank you, Javier, to support our project. Thank you.
Yes, Sally. I want to make a question to you, because of course everybody is free to try to organize some organization, some situation, to collect information. Everybody is free to do it, of course. We already keep one festival commission, like our chair is Mr. Gier. So he worked for us to search festival, to collect information and to share information. But our aim, as indicated inside the bylaw, our first aim is to develop this work as volunteer, because we are not a travel agency, we are not businessmen inside the cultural activity or the folklore festival. So, of course, in my point of view, we can accept who work inside this organization as a job, why not? And we accept our position because we work every day without receive money, and so we work every day inside our association, IOV, and I respect all other logo, but the question is, you are sure you know the bylaw of every that organization, and every that organization you are sure that are volunteer organization and are not private organization or travel agency who just ask the group to serve one festival and ask money for lodgement, for show, ask money to eat, ask money for everything. So I think we must make one difference between this situation. Just to be clear, you know the bylaws of every organization?
No, I don't really know any bylaws apart from the IOV. Yeah. I mean, I've been in contact with them, but I never asked, hey, give me your bylaws or something else. Yes, I kind of understand that, but I also been on the other side, right? Other side, there are some festivals that, you know, they are empty pockets, so they don't have money to organize any festival, so they ask or they act as a tourist agency. I don't know how they work. I only know that they work for festivals, right? So actually, you have some of them here probably. They can tell you how they manage that. But anyway, we are here for IOV, and the good point that I see from IOV from the beginning, or when I joined IOV, it was that we have the opportunity to improve through research, through new knowledge, that you don't have that in any other organization. I know that the artists, for example, 40 years ago, they didn't have the opportunity to get into the professional level. So they were just with the school, primary school, secondary school, right? But right now, most of us already have a career into a university. And the only way to improve further than that is just follow the research and with higher education. And we have many professors here in this organization, and it's the only one who has professors on a university level, who are PhDs, who have master's degrees on arts, and for groups and for managers, it's just through this organization. I mean, if you want just a festival, yeah, you can go by CIOF. CIOF have like 300 festivals, right? If you want, for example, IOF is with Farouk. He's just a small international organization, but he works basically with IOV. It's simple. It's simple. At the end of the day, we are just friends. We want to follow each other and just follow the path. But to improve that, it just follow on higher education and through UNESCO. Because UNESCO is not going to pay attention to you if you don't come to a higher education organization, right? So it's just that we are trying to bridge we are trying to build the bridge from the normal pathway of the folklore to higher education to get into UNESCO. And of course we have to have the policies, and we have to follow politicians, or we have to become a politician in order to get this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Javi. Now we are already in the session of festival practices, and so now it's time to call for her speech Patricia Orozco Guerrero. He is National Section Chair of Mexico, and he asked to speak now in this section of festival together with Olvin Valentin, the chair of the National Section of, oh my God, Puerto Rico. Okay, because any time I don't remember what the name is Puerto Rico.
Hello, everybody. We're very happy to be here with all of you again. My name is Olvin Valentin. I'm the chair of the IOV Puerto Rico. Before that, I started in IOV in 2008 in the first IOV Youth Congress, and then became involved more and more in the organization. So I feel like I'm a product of IOV. I started as a student and then eventually became a lawyer, and now I work with cultural organizations as well in Puerto Rico. And I am with Patricia Orozco. She's from Mexico, and she will eventually also talk in Spanish. We wanted first to acknowledge the work that IOV has done over the years, especially with festivals, and in this section in festivals and practices. We feel it's very important because this is a way to transmit these traditions to other generations, especially to younger generations. And with all these festivals, it's important to also adapt and change with times and to the challenges that we experience. And that is important because times change, but we cannot keep doing the same thing, because we need to also appeal to other generations and to other forms of expression, of cultural expression. And that's why we wanted to share what an example of ways in which we can implement these changes and innovations. When this pandemic started, Patricia and I, which I mentioned that we met I didn't mention. We met in Prague in 2012, and I don't know, it was like 10 years ago. And when pandemic started, I approached her. She is I know her work. She worked at the university. She has arranged more than 70 festival interactions for groups in Mexico to over 40 countries and produced festivals and also events in her country. And she started also in IOV Youth. So I approached her and we said, like, we need to do something to promote a festival online. Because of the pandemic, all our groups, we both work with folk groups, and there was no opportunities for groups during the pandemic, so we were concerned about that. So we started working early as the pandemic started, and we developed with the help also with other IOV members and also other organizations and groups, the first online festival. We created Folk Online Fest. It was an interesting collaboration between Puerto Rico, Mexico, and other countries. And it was an experiment, but it was very productive and interesting experiment, because at the end we planned to do one event, but we ended doing two. We started an international version. We received almost like 30 something applications, but we chose 10 groups. And we created this online festival with 10 groups from international countries, and then we did a second version later for only 10 groups, only from Mexico. Our first edition, the international edition, was in April, 2 days, 11 and 12 of April in 2020. And that was a way, the feedback that we got from many IOV members from other organizations was incredible. The festival had about 2,000 people were connected online looking at the festivals during the transmission. And the Facebook page, social media, was about 9,000 people connected. So I'm only sharing all this with you because we feel that is an example of how we can innovate and transform the work that all of us are doing, integrating technologies, social media, and other interactions. One example also is during the festival, before the festival, we created, everybody was at home. We were all at home with the pandemic. So we did a challenge that was very popular back then, right? So we did a hashtag Folk at Home challenge. And people from all over the world sent videos of dancing their folk, performing their folk dances, or playing traditional music in their homes. And with that hashtag, we created kind of a trend. And actually, there's several people here in IOV that participated in that challenge. And that was very interesting. In the event, in the festival, there's also, we had participation from other friends that we know from here. For example, Georgia participated in the festival. Fabricio also participated in interviews during the festival to share the experiences during the pandemic in each of our countries. So it is also a way of collaboration because it was organized. We started this, but it also had participation from members of IOV, members of other organizations also took part, like people that are from IOV, from FIDAF, and also not from NGOs. We also had collaboration from people that are in cultural small businesses or cultural projects, like selling costumes or artwork. So it was an opportunity to integrate different forms of art, different forms of organizations, and also people that work in this field as professionally. And that sort of collaboration created a good environment that provided for opportunities for the future. And opportunities that also maybe IOV and other organizations can develop further, more professionally. For example, after that festival online, other festivals approached asking for support on how they can do the same thing and create their festivals online. Other companies, for example, approached on how can they use platforms like these to promote their services to organizations like advertising or networking. So those are opportunities that open because of the use of technology and being innovative. Because usually, unfortunately, people think of culture and ICH and the traditional work, and many people feel that this is like old-fashioned, like traditional. It's very difficult to think of culture, folk art, and technology in the same sentence, usually. So by seeing this, it was another way of seeing traditional folk art and open the door to bigger audience. So that is opportunities that we can explore individually in each of our countries in our work, but also opportunities for IOV, for the Festival Commission, and for the work that we do to keep promoting our mission of developing like folk arts and promoting ICH in new ways, innovative, and integrate technologies and other resources to the work that we do.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, I try to speak in Spanish, please. I need to help me to translate. Okay, I just want to. Estoy muy agradecida por la oportunidad de seguir participando y gestionando eventos colaborativos, fomentando la participación de grupos mexicanos y del mundo, llevando un poquito de entretenimiento en esos momentos tan difíciles y de tanta incertidumbre a nivel global, fomentando así la cultura de paz por la que todos estamos aquí reunidos. También agradecida porque hace 10 años llegué a IOV con George Franzen, y en donde conseguí amigos entrañables como Ali, como Emma, como Carmen Padilla, como Olvin, ahora con más amigos agregados también. Y muchísimas gracias, y seguimos promoviendo la cultura y tradiciones del mundo en un ambiente de paz. Recuerden que estamos aquí por una vocación, por un ambiente de paz. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
And lastly, I just want to urge and congratulate and keep the great work that IOV is doing. And always, please remember to always try to innovate and look for other ways to reach to younger generations, to more people, and try to grow this great organization in more ways.
Thank you, Alvin. Thank you, Patricia. So I try to put it inside between one intervention and another because yes, one intervention and one official of IOV. So now I want to go ahead with the official and with the program because we start late and maybe we can finish with all requests of intervention. So we come back inside the program, and if the professor Noiri is ready, we can go ahead with the Scientific and Research Commission Chair. Our key professor Noiri Mohammed. After. Welcome.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je vais prononcer mon...
Vous parlez vision?
Ok. Je vais prononcer mon discours en anglais, mais je vais dire un mot pour mes amis francophones. J'espère qu'il y ait une traduction immédiate. S'il n'y en a pas, je peux leur donner un résumé de mon discours après la séance. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. كلمتي ستكون بعد قليل باللغة الإنجليزية فقط. أريد أن أفتح قوس باللغة العربية ليقول إن النشاط العلمي ليس نشاط منابر، إنما هو شغل مكاتب ومكتبات، وشغلنا شغل صبر ومثابرة ونفس طويل، وبفضل هذا الشغل يعني كان لنا إنتاج علمي غزير يتمثل في ندوات علمية كثيرة وإصدار كتب كثيرة، ولكن أعتقد أن جوهرة التاج كما يقولون في هذا النشاط العلمي يتمثل في الثقافة الشعبية، مجلة الثقافة الشعبية. ولو أحدثكم عن ما يحتاجه العدد الواحد من إصدار مجلة الثقافة الشعبية فإنكم قد لا تستغربوا، ولا يمكن أن تستغربوا، لأن من مئات البحوث ننتقي بحوثا تستجيب إلى شروط البحث العلمي. وبفضل هذا العمل الذي يقوم على الصرامة في اختيار البحوث والانتظام والمثابرة والتعاون بين كل المنتسبين إلى المجلة من الرئيس إلى الفراش، وبكل يعني صدق وتجرد وجدية أقول تعاون وتوادد من بين جميع الأعضاء من الرئيس إلى الفراش أمكن لهذه المجلة أن تصبح صرحا علميا يشار إليه بالبنان، ومن أراد أن يختبر ذلك فله أن يستخبر عبر المواقع الإلكترونية مواقع البحث العلمي في مختلف المؤسسات العلمية في العالم. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the Scientific Committee of the International Organization of Folk Art has continued its effort in producing high-quality scientific and academic research on multiple aspects of folk culture and heritage since the Bergamo Conference in 2016. In fact, the organization has continued during this time period its long-standing collaboration with Folk Culture Journal, which started in 2008 with the release of the first issue of the scientific journal. Folk Culture Journal is the crown jewel of the effort of the committee, as it is a quarterly scientific journal containing solid research on multifaceted topics of folk culture and heritage of people from around the world. The journal is published in physical and electronic copies in multiple languages. So far, 60 issues have been published, and the 64th issue will be published in a few days. Intensive scientific work was done during this period, and we have received thousands of studies, most of which have been arbitrated and documented using a scientific procedure that considers objective criteria. The number of published studies has reached about 1,200 research papers. The full papers are published in Arabic with English and French summaries in the physical copy of the journal and are available with free access on the journal's official website in Spanish, Chinese, Russian as well. Studies on cultural heritage are submitted to us from all over the world, and we confirm from this platform that everyone is welcome to publish their studies on their cultural heritage in our journal, as long as their papers align with the standards of scientific research and do not imply ideology and political stances. Our journal has become a distinguished scientific resource recognized for its value in research centers, universities, and academic institutions worldwide. In addition to its work on the journal, the Scientific Committee has published a number of books, both independently and in collaboration with Folk Culture Journal. The committee organized several international seminars and scientific conferences in and outside the Kingdom of Bahrain, the last of which was the scientific conference titled for Culture as a Tributary to Development, held in October 2022 in Manama, Bahrain. It included contributions from specialists of international scientific standing. We are currently in the process of preparing for another international scientific conference titled for Culture, a Symbol of Identity and an International Shared Ground, which will be announced soon. Scientific work is evident in the effort put into it and their fruitful results. It is rarely done justice by speeches. We hope to continue our work and fulfill our vision of full culture as a rich field of research. Thank you.
اسمح لي استاذ شابريزيو بليز. حقيقة أريد أقدم شهادة خاصة للجهد الذي يقوم به الدكتور محمد النويري في إدارة أول شيء الهيئة العلمية للمنظمة، وفي ذات الوقت إدارة تحرير مجلة الثقافة الشعبية. حقيقة معايشة يومية من كوننا مع بعض في مكتب واحد في المكتب الرئاسي للمنظمة في البحرين. الجهد المبذول في إصدار المجلة اللي تحمل شعار المنظمة حقيقة لاقى اتساعا وانتشارا في كل البلاد يعني وفي كل الدول الأعضاء. وأود أن أشير كذلك إلى أن المجلة يمكنها أن تصل إلى كل الأعضاء وإلى كل عضو من أعضاء المنظمة مجانا في أي مكان من العالم. فلذلك من يريد الرغبة في أن تصله نسخة من هذه المجلة أن يقدم فقط عنوانه حتى نوصله إليه مجانا من المكتب الرئاسي في مملكة البحرين. والهيئة العلمية التي تصدر هذه المجلة حقيقة من أرقى المستويات العلمية التي تحقق وتنفذ في إجازة البحوث العلمية التي تنشأ. المجلة الآن من خلال الموقع يعني كل الجامعات اللي في العالم تتعامل مع الموقع الإلكتروني للمجلة، والموقع الإلكتروني تقريبا 19 مليون زائر في تقريبا في شهر واحد. 19 مليون زائر يزور موقع المجلة التي تصدر ب6 لغات، 3 لغات ورقيا، العربية والإنجليزية والفرنسية، وب6 لغات على الموقع الإلكتروني بإضافة اللغة الصينية والروسية والإسبانية. والمترجمين عنده حقيقة فريق من المترجمين الذين يتولون ترجمة ملخصات الأعداد لكل عدد من أعداد المجلة. الجهد الذي يقوم به رئيس الهيئة العلمية للمنظمة الدكتور محمد النويري حقيقة هو ترك بلاده في تونس ويقيم في البحرين من أجل تحرير هذه المجلة. فأريد باسمكم جميعا أن أقدم تحية خاصة لجهد الدكتور محمد النويري. شكرا.
Thank you, Dr. Nouri, and thank you, President. So now we remain inside the scientific section, and for continue the scientific intervention, now is time of the professor. I'm Professor Professor Anna Bruzowska-Krajka from Poland, and please, if she can come to take the floor. Thank you. we have also the opportunity to know Ladies Aisha from Latvia, and you are the translator. Yes, because he also organized one conference in Europe, so they present both the Euro Commission of Scientific. Thank you.
Good morning, dear General Assembly participants, dear colleagues. I am chair of IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe. IOV, I am IOV member since 1984. 1984. I am full professor. The IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe organized this year and next year 2 European scientific conferences of folk culture. The first, 15th IOV European Scientific Conference of Folk Culture will be presented by its principal organizer, Dr. Ayaan from IOV Latvia. Over to you, Ayaan.
Dear IOV Board General Assembly, yes, as you understood that I am from Riga, from Latvia. More than 35 years I worked at the Latvia University Institute of History, Department of Ethnology. Now, last 6 years, I am lead Department of Ethnology at the Open Air Museum in Latvia. And now, in short, I am informing you about the preparations for the 15th IOV Scientific Conference in Riga. Perhaps many present IOV members remember that IOV 15th European International Scientific Conference of Folk Culture, titled Folk Handicrafts in European Social Space, was planned for 2020, with the venue in Riga, the capital of Latvia. In March 2020, all the organizational work of the conference was done, but due to the spread of virus in the world, conference was postponed. As the epidemiological situation in the world was improved, IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe, together with IOV Latvian section, Latvian National Center for Culture, and the Ethnographic Open Air Museum of Latvia decided to organize IOV 15th European Conference of Folk Culture with a specified scientific problem, intangible cultural heritage in European social space, artistry and cultural practices. The conference will be held from September 3rd to 4th, 2023 in Riga, within the contemporary craft fair in the Ethnographic Open Air Museum of Latvia. Conference languages are Latvian and English with translation. You can apply for a conference till the 1st of May. For the scholars and researchers who read papers at the conference, Latvian National Center for Culture covers the accommodation, meals, transfers from and to airport. They organize a visit to the Ethnographic Open Air Museum and contemporary, and as well to provide conference materials. The rest of the guests of the conference will have to pay their own expenses for their stay in Riga. All planned preparations for the conference are currently underway, and it is hoped that the IOV 15th Scientific and Research Conference will take place on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayaan. The second one, 16th European Scientific Conference of Folk Culture, is planned to be held in March 2024 in Campobasso, University of Molise, Italy. Its principal organizers are Apart from IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe, IOV Italy, University of Molise, Italy, Department of Humanities, Social and Educational Sciences, Center of Research, BioHealth. Professor Letizia Bindi, the principal organizer of this conference, couldn't be with us here. However, she prepared a PowerPoint presentation on this conference. Here it is. Please read. Please read. In terms of the cultural heritage and the myth, David's processes perspectives. IOV European Scientific Conference, call for papers and abstracts. Two panels. Conference Scientific Committee, chairpersons of the organizing committee, members of the organizing committee, first panel. The second panel. Deadline ends the selection process. July and costs. So Call for papers for both these conferences will be placed on IOV World website. We also request to create on IOV World website a separate folder for IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe as part of IOV World Science and Research Commission. Science and Research Commission for other regions of our organization also should have such separate folders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I want to call now the Dr. Professor Aman Asri from Indonesia for her speech. And before, I want to show you in the menu, in the commission, in the Science and Research Commission, is already present a concession for the European Commission. As you can see, in the upper section there is Science and Research Commission. This is the content of the page. There is indicated the chair of the commission, Professor Nui. And if you go down, you can find five different sections: Africa, America, Asia, Europe, and in the section Europe, you found the regional commission and chair. Maybe is I don't know, not easy to use, but you can find the section. This is from Poland, the regional commission chair, and down is possible to insert all the information about the national scientific commission of every nation. I think, right, the only one inserted is from Italy, Professor Letizia Bindi, but not because there is a selection or a choice. Just because we receive the material from there. So if there are other scientists, for example, Aya or other, you can send directly to Laura that information. Laura is here, and you can send that information, and she put inside the website the name and the page, because there is not just the name. If you push on Discover More, you can put inside, it's possible to put inside information about one single member about the commission. Okay, you can do it. Thank you. Now your time. Do you need help?
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable conference, my lovely IOV committee, President IOV, Mr. Ali Khalifa, and Secretary General February, and then my lovely member of IOV. Thank you very much for me time in here to present my activity culture before and after pandemic. 4 years ago, I joined in this meeting and always thinking, always a person about the dancing, music, and enjoying in several of a festival with you. But after pandemic, during pandemic, I research and then I do a new innovation about dress or costume traditional for a dancing. So before I present about storytelling regarding spices, let's see our video about the process of spices was become trade. Thank you. Okay, so that's a new innovation, costume, traditional costume, always a fabric from spices. The exhaustive of spices for sustainable fashion and eco-friendly fashion. Spice was into traditional living and accessories, renewable textile, raw materials. You can see in my hand, garlic. So if you want cooking and then you need garlic, you can take my hand. Okay. In the industrial system innovation work is divided into the three namely. One is hot contour, into a clothing studio, make various according special order or size, something like that. And then confection is a factory. So this spices of fashion is hot contour. Why? Is telling about art fashion. Spices is one of local wisdom in Indonesia, and maybe in your country too is local wisdom. And then weaving traditional has become one of the heritage traditional of several indigenous people in Indonesia. So indigenous people in Indonesia make woven fabrics. Woven fabric using natural fiber from spices was our innovation in responding to the challenges of the ever-changing fashion industry. In postmodern era, of course, right now we have a fast fashion, slow and fast fashion. So for our organization is all about the costume traditional. So we talking about the traditional and heritage culture. Local wisdom has characteristics and functions, including one is identity of an area as unifying a community and culture heritage that is accepted and applied. The culture will of a community and a mindset and character in social interaction with a flourishing and public interest. And local wisdom has characteristic function as a glue of togetherness in maintaining the preservation of identity from outside threat and influence in the transcultural era. The local wisdom is believed to create harmony, balance, sustainable between human environment and natural environment and the creator. So during the pandemic, before pandemic, I always join with several festivals or master of festival. I always join in festival, but since pandemic, I'm follow join online festival with Emil. Mr. Emil, thank you very much for the time. I have time for a join in your festival, online festival, and some of festival in other country I'm joining. But I'm thinking about why we have to since the pandemic, most of the people human looking for saying herbal or medicine for COVID, isn't it? So when I'm thinking about spices, not only for cooking, and then they are looking for spices for garlic or lemongrass and etc. for herb or something for ingredient. We have been known spices we use as herbal and medicine or as seasoning ingredient for cooking. And not too much people know the spices have washed. The stem and leaves they throw away. When I visit the village in Indonesia and I met a farmer of spices, they throw away the when they need galanga or spicy or lemongrass, they just need this. You can see this, but they're not thinking about the leaves or the what is the stems. They just throw away or they just put and then they're thinking it's not problem, but it's have bacteria and then it's not good for environment. That and then I thinking about that and then I going to I'm working for Ministry of Home Affairs. I'm a head of the Directorate Art and Culture of Indonesia, and then I'm a master art from university and I'm a master doctoral of the political government. So When I go to the village in Indonesia, I look at the spicy and the wash spicy, and then I get a process to make yarn. Look like this. And then is have look like yarn, and then I give to the people, indigenous people and women for weaving or fabric weaving for a costume, traditional costume. So after being processed into yarn, we was doing empowering women with our indigenous people to use spices put in their traditional costume. Look like this. This accessories from spices. And then this one is traditional weaving fabric from spices. And this one. So this one. So this we use this for dancing for traditional costume. Why look like European costume? Because Indonesia, the people colonial coming to Indonesia because of spices. That's why I'm a designer model, a designer fashion. I make design spices like this costume. So yesterday I used costume Bali costume is make spices yarn too. So spices to become a renewable textile raw material, we can profit added value, and then weaving traditional and preserving the weaving culture. So with the spice into material renewable textile, we respect art and life in all diversity and care for company our life with understanding, compassion, and love. Secure art's beauty and beauty for present and future generation. I will show you for one video again. After process spices to the yarn, and now we look at the some of fashion spice for fashion. The music song. So if you want a cooking and then you need a garlic or lemongrass, you can put my costume in the water and then drink. It's herbal medicine for lemongrass and garlic. Okay. So, this one. Thank you very much. With your organization together with our work can help and facilitate a better, more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
So the next will be the scientist commission from Brazil, and with this scientific intervention we will finish the section of science. I hope that intervention will be really 5 minutes, not like she showed me 5 minutes. Okay, approximately. Very well. So Lilian Vogel from Brazil. I don't know really the city, but maybe you can explain yourself. From which city for Brazil? São Paulo. From São Paulo. In the Italian for English or Portuguese? And there is a translation. Okay, very lovely.
Vou falar sobre a Comissão Acadêmica Pedagógica do Brasil, da IOV Brasil, que surgiu da necessidade de mais informação e formação para os membros da IOV Brasil, com palestras, oficinas, cursos e demais ferramentas para tal finalidade.
During this, we are going to present, this is how the Academic and Educational Commission came about.
Sua finalidade é reflexão e divulgação de temas ligados ao folclore e às manifestações culturais e afins.
It came from the need for more information and training for the IOV members in Brazil, with lectures, workshop, courses, and other tools for this purpose.
As pessoas que compõem a comissão são membros efetivos da IOV, e educadores, pesquisadores, mestres e grupos e especialistas nas áreas do folclore, cultura, patrimônio de vários estados brasileiros.
The people who made up the commission are effective members of the IOV and educators, researchers, masters of folklore groups, and specialists in the area of folklore, culture, and heritage from several Brazilian states.
As atribuições da comissão, são a divulgação através de publicações, artigos teóricos, livros, resultados de pesquisa sobre os temas relacionados ao folclore e assuntos afins.
The commission assignments are to disseminate the topics related to folklore and related by everything by publication, theoretical articles, books, and research from the topics.
Divulgar através de palestras, cursos, oficinas, estudos e reflexões de assuntos relacionados ao folclore e afins também.
Discernimiento, this is going to be disseminated to organizing lectures, courses, workshops, studies, and reflections on the subject related to folklore and the likes.
Procura atividades pedagógicas e educacionais aos membros da IOV e ao público em geral e contribuir para a manutenção dos saberes e fazeres populares.
The purpose of these educational activities to the IOV members and the general public will contribute to maintenance of the popular knowledge and practices.
Algumas ações da comissão acadêmica. De 13 a 16 de fevereiro de 2020, aconteceu o 6º Congresso da Juventude IOV Mundial com o tema Terra Jovem, Encantos, Segredos e Saberes da Natureza, em Nova Petrópolis.
During this committee, on the February 13 to the 16th of 2020, they had the 6th World IOV Youth Congress, where the theme was Young Adam, Young Earth, Charms, Secrets and Knowledge of Nature in Nova Petrópolis.
Ciclo de palestras online. De 30 de junho a 4 de agosto, realizamos o ciclo de palestras Fundamentos do Folclore e foram 7 encontros, com vários participantes e um público de mais de 90 inscritos.
During the online lectures, during the time frame of June 30 to August 4, they have lectures where they talk about the fundamentals of folklore, and the audience was more than 90 subscribers.
De 12 a 19 de outubro de 2020, participação da comissão na comemoração dos 40 anos da IOV na Festa das Etnias de Ijuí, Rio Grande do Sul. Evento virtual com exibição de um vídeo com várias manifestações culturais do Brasil em sua 34ª edição da Festa das Culturas das Diversidades, a FENADI, e neste ano, de maneira inédita, devido à pandemia, a sua primeira edição virtual.
In October 12th to the 19th of 2020, the participation of the Commission in the celebration of 40 years of IOV and the Festival of Ethnicities in Rio Grande do Sul state in Brazil, they have the 34th edition of the Festival of Diversity in Cultures and FENADI.
O lançamento aconteceu no Centro de Eventos da Unijuí e contou com a presença de poucas autoridades devido às medidas editadas nos protocolos de saúde, e as operações foram disponibilizadas pelo canal do YouTube da União das Etnias de Ijuí, a UET.
The successful launching of this took place in Unijuí, which was attended by a few authorities due to their measures and the health protocols, and all were understanders.
O curso de pós-graduação em Ijuí. Na Unijuí, o curso internacional Lato Senso de Folclore e Artes Populares, Cultura, Desenvolvimento e Gestão, visa a qualificação em nível de especialização nas disciplinas acima citadas, em acordo com a Convenção da Unesco.
These post-graduation courses at U Brazil, it also the Lato Senso International Folklore and Popular Arts, Culture, Development and Management courses aims at qualifying at the specialization level, in accordance with the UNESCO Convention.
O curso tem a parceria da IOV Brasil e Mundial, exemplo de sucesso para ser seguido por vários países.
This partnership, it was a very successful for IOV Brazil and the world.
O encontro IOV de Educação e Identidade. Público-alvo, professores, coreógrafos, bailarinos e interessados em Passo Fundo, Rio Grande do Sul.
During the IOV meeting on education and identity, the target was public to teachers, choreographers, dancers, and interested parties. It was placed in Rio Grande do Sul, state in Brazil.
O encontro IOV de Educação e Identidade aconteceu de 6 a 9 de agosto, com vários temas como artes populares e a escola, composição coreográfica, reconhecimento das origens e identidades.
During this meeting in education from August 6th till the 9th, the themes were popular arts in the school, choreographic composition, recognition of origins and identities, folk dance, research and development of ideas. Popular culture was also the theme during this meeting.
Danças folclóricas, pesquisa e desenvolvimento de ideias e a cultura popular na indústria cultural. a importância da fidelidade das artes populares nos festivais e eventos folclóricos nacionais e internacionais e fomento e gestão e memória do patrimônio cultural.
During this program also, the popular culture and the cultural industry, it was very established and oriented to the importance of popular arts and the fidelity in national and international festivals and folk events, the promotion and management and memory of the cultural heritage.
A segunda Assembleia IOV das Américas inició em 2022, com a realização da UET dentro da Expo Fest Ijuí IOV Brasil e América. Este encontro aconteceu de 12 a 16 de outubro, com reuniões, palestras, apresentações culturais, visitas a monumentos históricos, sítios arqueológicos, museus e centros de tradições de várias etnias, além da apresentação de vários países das Américas.
The second IOV Assembly of the Americas in UE in 2022, it was also an IOV event of the America. The meeting took place in October 12 to the 16th. During the meetings, they have lecture, cultural presentation, and historical visits to monuments and archaeological sites, museums, and centers of traditions around the place.
As propostas de novas ações da Comissão. Realização de novo ciclo de palestras para 2023.
The proposals for the new Commission activities is organize and transmit the knowledge of those masters and coordinators of folk groups.
Elaboração de encontros e momentos de transmissão dos saberes com os mestres e coordenadores de grupos folclóricos.
They also encouraged the new members in the academic committee that were present to present their work and their own research.
Incentive a inclusão de novos membros da comissão acadêmica e a apresentação de seus trabalhos e pesquisas.
During this time also, they support the countries wishing the found of their academics and the educational commissions.
Apoio aos países que desejam fundar suas comissões acadêmicas e pedagógicas da América.
They also support any other places that they want to establish their own community and continue this knowledge through the exposure of culture.
Continuidade do curso de pós-graduação da Unijuí.
And the continuity of this graduate course is the Injury University.
O ciclo de palestras previsto para acontecer nos dias 22 e 23 de agosto de 2023 vai ser com o tema Mentes que criam histórias que se materializam.
During this time, they are going to have activities for the 2023 on the cycle of lectures, scheduled for August 22nd and 23rd of 2023. The theme will be Minds That Create, Stories That Materialize.
Estarão presentes mestres, participantes da IOV no segmento de artesanato popular, além de outros especialistas e convidados. A programação está sendo formada juntamente com o professor Antônio Marcos da Silva.
The participation of the Master of the IOV in the field of popular craft will be presented at this time. The Professor Antonio Marcos da Silva will be the one invited and is scheduled to perform and show them together the information.
O professor Antônio Marcos é nascido em Caruaru, Pernambuco, vivendo hoje em São Paulo, é arte educador e representa o segmento do artesanato da IOV Brasil.
The Professor Antonio was born in Pernambuco and he currently lives in São Paulo. He's an educator and representative of the craft segment of IOV Brasil.
Estarão presentes também integrantes da Associação das Rendeiras de Dias d'Ávila, a Renda Van, Associação Civil Sem Fins Lucrativos, beneficente, cultural, ambiental, assistencial e de responsabilidade social limitada, que foi fundada em 21 de fevereiro de 2009 e é constituída por um grupo de mulheres da cidade de Dias d'Ávila, com o objetivo principal de difundir, resgatar a arte e a cultura da renda de bilros e bordados à mão, para garantir a valorização do trabalho manual, a geração de renda e o desenvolvimento socioeconômico local, sempre respeitando os princípios da economia solidária.
The members of the Bandeiras de Dias Davila Association was constituted by a group of women from the city of Dias. This is a civil, non-profit, charitable, cultural, environmental, welfare, and limited social association. It was founded in 2009. During this time, they established the object to disseminate and recruit the art and culture of bobbin lace and hand embroidery to ensure the appreciation of manual work.
Estará presente também a mestra de Noélia Trindade, integrante da IOV Brasil, que é mestre na renda de bilros, tradição que herdou de sua família, de rendeiros da cidade de Salbara, no recôncavo baiano, onde a técnica tem história.
The Master Dionela Trindade will be the member of the IOV Brazil, and she is a master of bobbin lace, a tradition that she inherited from her family of lace makers in the city of Salbara.
Também teremos a participação da mestre Vânia Oliveira, que tem um trabalho em fibra e capietagem, além dos fitilhos coloridos que reúnem e remontam o imaginário do folclore alagoano, festa popular do espírito lúdico de origem católica, folclórica e de cultos africanos.
During these editions, they will have also the colored ribbons that brings together to recreate the imagery of Alagoan folkghetto, popular party, the playful spirit of Catholic, folkloric, and African culture.
Projeta um mundo afora colorido dessa cultura em chapéus de guerreiro e bumbas meu boi, peças que viajam para feiras nacionais, estaduais, congressos, seminários e eventos culturais.
The project is the colorful of this culture around the world in warrior huts and bombas mobile.
Teremos também a presença do mestre Moacir Mafra Júnior, que há mais de 10 anos reside em Dois Vizinhos. Ele é conhecido como Catarina, artesão há mais de 2 décadas e possui obras expostas em vários lugares do Brasil. Foi também destaque nacional na 14ª edição do Salão de Artesanato de Brasília, evento que reuniu mais de 500 artistas de todo o Brasil no pavilhão do Pátio Brasil Shopping em outubro do ano passado.
The artisans, Master Moser Mafra Jr. and known as Catarina, they are displaying in various places in Brazil. He also worked in national honor on the 14th edition of the Salão de Artesanato of Brazil, craftsmanship.
Mentes que criam, histórias que se materializam. Esse é o tema que desenvolveremos no ciclo de palestras da IOV Brasil e que vamos compartilhar com todos.
The minds that create, stories that materialize. This is the topic that we will continue to develop in the cycle of lecture in IOV Brazil.
Thank you very much. 5 minutos.
La traducción. Okay, of course we are out of the time, but also we start late tomorrow. So I propose you can leave at your home. No? Also, I want to ask you to postpone a few minutes the coffee break, because if the chair of Finances and Supporter Commission, Dr. Abdullah Saleh Harrazi, agree with me, I ask to wait the coffee break, and before we call here on the floor the Dr. Abdullah Saleh Harrazi to make his intervention. Thank you.
بسم الله
سريع شوية. أنا في الحقيقة من خلال هذا المؤتمر استرجعت ذاكرتي للوراء إلى 2016. 7 سنوات مرت كأنها 7 أيام. قررنا آنذاك إنه نحمل شعار آن أوان التغيير، وبالفعل بعد ما انتهى المؤتمر حرصنا على أن تكون هناك علامات تغيير جذرية في خطط وبرامج وجدية الأعمال للمنظمة. وفي تصوري الشخصي أيضا كان من أهم الأسباب اللي جعلت هناك تغيير جذري وجدي وجود مكتب للمنظمة في مملكة البحرين، الأمر اللي سهل بكثير من فروع المنظمة ومكاتبها وأعضائها الاتصال والتواصل والاستجابة أيضا من مكتب المنظمة في البحرين في ردود أفعالهم تجاه المقترحات والبرامج التي كانت تطرح من قبل وهذا كان شيء إيجابي لمس من خلاله ومن خلال التقارير اللي استعرضت اليوم أو أمس جدية أعضاء هذه المنظمة والرغبة غير العادية في نشر أهداف المنظمة ومن خلال الأعمال والاحتفالات الإعلامية إن كانت أو العلمية وإيصالها إلى كل مناحي العالم. وهذا كان شيء إيجابي يمكن ما لمسنا كثيرا في السنوات الماضية في عمر المنظمة. هذا يدل على أن هناك وعي ينمو بشكل مضطرب لتحقيق أهداف المنظمة. الحقيقة يعني هناك صعاب وعراقيل في مسيرة التطوير، وأهم هذه المشاكل الأمور المالية. طبعا في أسباب أخرى دعت إلى تباطؤ نمو الجوانب المالية للمنظمة، مثل ما تفضلوا العديد من المتحدثين فترة الجائحة اللي شلت تقريبا معظم خطط وبرامج المنظمة. صار من الصعب جدا انه احنا نعزز الجانب المالي في هذه الفترة. هو في الحقيقة صعب في كل الفترات، لأن تعزيز الجوانب المالية من خلال تحصيل دعم من خلال المؤسسات الرسمية وغير الرسمية في العالم صعبة لتمويل المشاريع الثقافية، لأن ما لها مردود مالي، لها مردود يعني توعوي وأدب أكثر من المادي. فلذلك يعني كان الواجب علينا أن احنا يعني نحترز لهذه الأمور ونخلق بدائل، وبالفعل يعني قمنا بدراسة وإعداد بعض البرامج بحيث أن احنا نجد بدائل لتنويع مصادر الدخل للمنظمة وتعزيز مركزها المالي. أنا بهالمناسبة يعني أريد أشكر أيضا حكومة مملكة البحرين وحكومة إمارة الشارقة على الدعم غير العادي اللي قدموه لتعزيز أهداف المنظمة، وأتمنى أن هذا يتواصل ونجد أيضا سبل ومصادر أخرى لتنويع مصادر الدخل للمنظمة. وأنا أعتقد أن احنا الآن باشرنا بشكل عملي جدا في هذا الجانب، وأتمنى أن يعني نستطيع أن نقدم لهذه المنظمة ولأعضائها بعد ما قدموا لنا في مسيرة الحفاظ على التراث وهوية المناطق. هذا ما عندي في الحقيقة اللي أقدر أقوله، وأتمنى للجميع التوفيق. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Abdullah Saleh from Qatar. And now I propose to go to the coffee break, and if it's possible, just not over 30 minutes. So we come back here at 12:30. Okay? Enjoy your breakfast. But I think it was a joke. Ah, funny, it was a joke. But maybe it's better if you don't go along. Yeah,
It's difficult to choose the HDMI. So, it's okay, it's fine.
شوف من هنا تجي ظاهرة IOV هذيك ظاهرة كل شيء. من هنا باين. اي وراك هذه ولا
The artist playground, educators, innovators, and perspective, our legacy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can I get the list? I hope I have it, and then I will. Thank you very much.
Hello? Ready? Yes. Hostel and Miklos, right? It's yours. No, you can stay. Why? friend, not all everybody here, but I think it's better to start because we cannot finish our program if we not start. I call one more time outside the door, but it's better to start. Okay, dear friend, we can start so this new session, and we go ahead with the IOV General Assembly. And now is the time of the Regional Executive Director of Asia. Her name is Naza. Normally we know as Naza, but really is Tungu Muntazam from IOV Mongolia, and she is the Regional Executive Director of Asia. Welcome.
Good afternoon, dear my friends. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Noble King Sheikh Sultan bin Mohammed for organizing this great event and meeting us in his wonderful country. Special thanks to our President, Mr. Ali Abdullah Al Khalifa, Mr. Abdul Aziz. Dear friends, our great organization of IOV, their delegates, the organizers, and volunteers for coming here. My name is Muknasan Dongo. I'm also chair of IOV Mongolia. Here today, I want to tell not everything which I organized or participated, international or internal. Of course, I had so many activities. Researchers, students, crafts, fine arts, dancers, musicians, TV programs, also organizing and outside biggest performances, biggest expo, composing, national days,
abroad. Instead of this, I have some but here I want to tell you some different things which I thought this is important for our next activity, which is to make the work which we organize more colorful to increase variety. Previously, it was possible to invite 5 or 10 countries to our festival, but now only 3 or 4 countries are coming. So if we add other types of culture and diversity, our events, I see that we have a lot of opportunities. For example, yesterday our break time, I talked with Mr. Aziz. He said he is organizing a storytelling festival many years. I was very happy to hear. This is a very nice topic. And thought is we can increase its importance by inviting researchers and folk heritage and heritors of this heritage to participate. This will improve the quality of our work, provide knowledge to the audience. IOV Asia. There was many times that we always greet each other like others and express that we are together during difficult times. I should let you know that even most of the events were organized in online. There was not much. 40 countries are included in Asian area. In branch of Asia, recently countries such as China, Japan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Malaysia, Korea, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Mongolia have been running activities officially. It is very pleasure to tell that even though we have not official branch, we have many members who keep in touch with us actively. Those members will launch their branches soon. We always keep in touch with our members in online during that time since pandemic times. As compared to previous condition of the pandemic, events that are organized by other countries are decreasing and it has been more overloaded. Until now, it's continuing the recovery process as well. In addition, a situation of war makes a reason for tuning all things to mode of pending. We have a good news despite of the bad things. This is the event that branch of IOV Kazakhstan was launched and joined to us, inviting and giving me the opportunity to participate in international craft forum, which was being held in her country, give me the opportunity to know and personally about wonderful jobs that they have been working on it. Miss Idol and her team organized a perfect job, which can be an exemplary for us. I am very amazed with her wonderful jobs, that she united single mothers through the craft at home for their livings and provided them with convenience workshop to manufacture crafts, and in addition to gave the opportunity for our city women to sell their crafts and increase their living standard as launching a shop for tourists. She made a request for a government to launch this job and was provided with chance to work in workshop, which is a rental payment is not work within 5 years. Now their craft workshop has been already very honored nationwide, and many women and mothers have been living happily ever. Yes, I'm very appreciated that strong women like them united to us, and they are an exemplary for the job that we will have done. We are summarizing that we have enough ideas to learn experiences from those wonderful women and how to cooperate in a foreign market with them at the time. That current world situation has changed our work and lifestyle a lot. Now, here, so I want to Ms. Aigul, Director of IOV Kazakhstan, who is an exemplary for us in sitting around you. Here, Aigul and her friends, stand up please. I want to congratulate you. Thank you. Today I'm talking about the Kazakh Honor Center. It's a handcraft center, but I'm briefly very short information to you. After me, I will also give more presentation for you. This is also very good experimentation and practice, very much in line with the aims of UNESCO. Also very good demonstration. Why I say handcrafts, the culture and customs of the Asian continent are very different from those of other continents. And there are countries that carry a lot of cultural diversity. That's why I think that it will be very successful if we select the types that are unique to the characteristics of Asian countries and develop them according to the characteristics of each country. At the time when we have such a good position in UNESCO for the next 4 years, it is a great opportunity for Kazakhstan to get member of our organization and provide us ready-made model. Therefore, I urge you to share our opinions about the opportunities and advantages of your country. Exchange opinions and actively cooperate. They managed to do it, but even very well. So you can do it if we all want to. In conclusion, to organize here's something. I copied something my works. It's find it different places. I also want to congratulate Ms. Emma Chimhokler, our Vice President, who was chosen chairperson of UNESCO Handcrafts for coming next year, 4 years. I would like to appreciate again on behalf of you and for the event brought many chances for us. It is very pleasure to say that we have many possibilities next 4 years. If you consider things to cooperate with UNESCO, I would like to say thank you, Ms. Emma, and also for bringing us the opportunity to cooperate. I am suggesting and appealing these things as following in order to cooperate sincerely and work as a team here to organize international training and exhibitions and supporting all types of handcrafts, to initiate all kinds of activities for meetings of self-employed female designers exchanging experience, like Miss Asri, this kind of ladies, so many in our crafters, our ladies. We have to support their ideas, their to further develop the craft center, establish it in Kazakhstan as a model in many countries. To exchange information and experience related to it, to implement joint development projects. Because main theme of the project is to be in compliance with all missions of UNESCO to support lives of women who manufacture national handcrafts, to develop and inherit national handcrafts, besides of the above-mentioned activities. And I think our members' activities, voice, and cooperation in each corner of the world is essential to our donator countries, foundations, and donators who will promote our organization in the future. Finally, I hope and praise our conference will be successful and our future works will be determined and mutually understandable. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Naza. And now we go ahead with the chair of Communication and Publication Commission, Dr. Noor Baris. Please come here and take the floor. We want to listen to your speech. Thank you very much.
مرحبا بكم جميعا. Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everybody. My dear friends, I'm happy to see you all again today. Hopefully in good health after years of lockdowns and travel restrictions. I would like to thank all those who worked hard to make this meeting possible, especially the president of the organization, Mr. Ali Abdullah Khalifa, as well as the representative of Middle East and North Africa, Mr. Abdulaziz Musallim, and all our friends from around the world who are present here today. Despite not having met for a few years, our publication and seminars have not stopped. Speaking of which, I would like to mention the organization's publications. Based on the Bergamo Conference in Italy 2016, the organization's news line was distributed in 8 languages, and Mr. Ali Abdullah Khalifa was elected as the new president of the International Organization for Forecast. The publications were important to increase the scientific prediction of the organization, which reflects the importance of studying folk culture and heritage in Bahrain and abroad. Also, the presidency office has cooperated with the Folk Culture magazine, which is quarterly scientific journal established in 2008. that publishes research on various fields of folk cultures around the world in 6 languages. The Presidential Office's cooperation with folk culture has ensured the continuation of reading the scientific magazine regularly and quarterly since 2016 until today. Since its publication, the journal has included scientific articles worthy of respect and admirations. Book and booklets of an organization. The Book Time for a Change, the strategic plan of the International Folk Art Organizations. In 2017, the organization introductory booklet Cultural Heritage. The foundation of identity was printed in both Arabic and English. The Presidential Office planned 500 copies of the book of the scientific symposium held by the organization in Austria in 2017 between folk culture and global culture in contemporary Europe. Also, 100 copies of it were sent to the chair of the organization branch in Poland and the book's editor, Professor Anna Borska-Karaksha. It was also sent as a gift to all chairs of the organization branches around the world and to the contribution in it. The Presidential Office printed the speech delivered by the President of the organization, Ali Abdullah Khalifa, at the opening of the 5th Young Conference in Poland in 2017, translated into 7 languages: Arabic, French, Spanish, Italian, German, Russian, and Chinese, in a booklet distributed to the audience. The book Folk Tales from Bahrain by Fatima Al-Houthi. After the book The Camel and the Desert by Abdel Hakim Al-Ibrahim. The second edition of the organization introductory booklet in both Arabic and English in 2019. An encyclopedia consisting of 5 volumes of folk tales in Bahrain in partnership with University of Bahrain, titled 1,000 Tales and Tales, within a project considered the first of its kind in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The Presidential Office produced and printed 2,000 copies of the new introductory booklet to the organization, Culture, Heritage for Foundations of Identity, in 2021, in both Arabic and English languages, and was distributed on the organization chairs of the National Section and Board of Directors. The Presidential Office produced and distributed Anna Wegel's book, with summaries the biography of Alexander Weil, the founder of the organization, in English. The Presidential Office also bore all the costs of shipping it to Mrs. Anna Weil. In 2019, the Presidential Office issued the International Medallion Booklet of the Service of Folk Culture. فقط كلمة بالعربية. إذا لاحظتم أن بعض الأشياء ذكرت، ربما ذكرت أمس من طرف رئيس المنظمة الأستاذ علي عبد الله الخليفة، ذكرت أيضا بعض الأشياء فيما يتعلق بالمؤتمرات العلمية والندوات العلمية فيما ذكر الدكتور محمد النويلي، وكل هذا يعكس أهمية العمل كفريق مع بعضنا البعض من أجل إنشاء مثل هذه اللقاءات المهمة. إذا أنا وباعتباري أكاديمية بالأساس، يعني أستاذة تعليم عالي بكلية العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية بتونس، وأنتمي أساسا إلى جامعة تونس، وباعتباري رئيسة لجنة الدكتوراه والتأهيل بكليتي، ورئيسة وحدة البحث في فريق البلاغة والدلالة والحجاج، فإننا نقوم بعمل جبار في هذه الكلية، خاصة بإقحام مشاريع بحث سواء كانت في مستوى شهادة الماجستير أو شهادة الدكتوراه فيما يتعلق بالثقافة الشعبية التي ظلت لفترة طويلة وطويلة جدا، خاصة فيما يتعلق بكليتنا يعني مبعدة بعض الشيء. اليوم نجد أعمال ونشرف أعمال متعلقة بالثقافة بالتراث، وهذا أعتبره مهم جدا يضاف إلى الأعمال التي يقدمها معهد التراث في تونس وفي كل أنحاء العالم. وهي فرصة والأهمية. شكرا لكم جميعا على إنصاتكم، وأذكر أننا بصدد التحضير في كليتنا لإنجاز كرسي التراث والثقافة الشعبية، وأعتبر أن هذا يمكن أن يكون مكسبا مهما جدا بالنسبة إلى الوطن العربي والعالم ككل. إذا شكرا جزيلا مرة أخرى لاستماعكم. Merci pour votre attention. I thank the attendees for listening. It has been a pleasure speaking to you all. Thank you very much.
شكرا دكتورة نور، شكرا جزيلا للجهد حقيقة الممتاز اللي تقوم به الدكتورة. وأنا حقيقة أريد التعليق على هذا الموضوع، لأننا في البلاد العربية تأخرنا كثيرا جدا عن أوروبا وبقية دول العالم عن الاهتمام بقضية التراث الشعبي أو التراث الثقافي غير المادي. لذلك نحن نخطو الآن خطوات حثيثة من أجل أن نلحق بالركب العالمي في مجال الاهتمام بالثقافة الشعبية، وعلى أكثر من صعيد، من خلال إصدار مجلة الثقافة الشعبية التي تشارك المنظمة في إصدارها، إلى جانب الدراسات والأعمال البحثية التي يقوم بها الأساتذة والدكاترة في مختلف الجامعات. والمجلة مجلة الثقافة الشعبية نحن نريد أن نوصلها إلى كل عضو من أعضاء المنظمة، والمجلة تصدر ب6 لغات، 3 لغات على الورق، مطبوعة على الورق، ومستعدين إيصالها إلى كل عضو من أعضاء المنظمة إذا زودنا بالعنوان ماله، وكاشتراك مجاني هدية من الثقافة الشعبية. إلى جانب الموقع الإلكتروني اللي هو موجود على الموقع وب6 لغات، ب6 لغات المعتمدة لدى اليونسكو. الإشارة اللي أشارت لها الدكتور نور من خلال البحث كأستاذة جامعية ومتخصصة في مجال الثقافة الشعبية والتراث العربي بشكل عام، يعني هذه خطوة من الخطوات اللي تعزز دور الثقافة الشعبية ودور المنظمة في التي يقوم بها المتخصصون في الجامعات العربية. نحاول أن نلحق بركب العالم في الاهتمام بهذا الجانب المهم من الثقافة الشعبية. تحية خاصة للدكتورة نور. Thank you very much.
Is an important keep of this commission, but the last, not the least, now is the moment of Professor Parul Shah from India. She has led the Special Project Commission
या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शक्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. I bow to that energy which pervades and resides in the whole world and within all of us. Thank you, IOV, its board, its members, its directors, for this great opportunity that all of us here today, the young, the seniors, the juniors, and the whole world. Thank you once more. I will take you little back, little forward, and allow you to contemplate what is IOV special projects. The mission of IOV is to protect, preserve, and promote
all forms of folk art and folk culture as elements of the intangible cultural heritage, ICH, to foster understanding and appreciation of cultural diversity among all peoples, and thereby enhance the prospects of world peace. IOV has been accredited by UNESCO as an expertise center for intangible cultural heritage and wishes to continue its accreditation through its operation. Since its founding in 1979, IOV has been committed to providing motivation and support to organizations and individuals involved in the study, practice, and dissemination of cultural values such as folklore, indigenous science and research, folk art, and all other aspects of intangible cultural heritage. The term cultural heritage has changed its content considerably in recent decades, partially owing to the instruments developed by UNESCO. Cultural heritage does not end at monuments and collections of objects. It also includes traditions or living expressions inherited from our ancestors and passed on to our descendants, such as oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, knowledge, practices concerning nature and the universe, or the knowledge and skills to produce traditional crafts. While fragile, intangible cultural heritage is an important factor in maintaining cultural diversity in the face of growing globalization, an understanding of the intangible cultural heritage of different communities helps with intercultural dialogue and encourages mutual respect for other ways of life. The importance of intangible cultural heritage is not the cultural manifestation itself, but rather the wealth of knowledge and skills that is transmitted through it from one generation to the next. The social and economic value of this transmission of knowledge is relevant to minority groups and for mainstream social groups within a state, and is important for developing states as much as for developed ones. Intangible cultural heritage is both traditional and contemporary. It is inclusive, it representative, and it is community-based. The intangible cultural heritage is one of the key concepts of the present-day reality. It is important in its regional, local, diasporic, global, and virtual context. The problem with describing cultural heritage stems from deeply rooted valuation of the past and the present in the context of change and continuity of the culture. On the one hand, cultural past is a basis for understanding the reality, but on the other, it is barrier to the worldview change. The tradition is continuously reconstructed and it is reprocessed and built anew constantly. In all cultures of the world, some of the causes are probably tied to globalization of cultural processes, but there is also intense process of localization related to the need of finding local values in the ethnic and ethnographic traditions. These processes support each other. They are two sides of same process of redistribution of sovereignty, power, and freedom of action. Thus, on one hand, the cultural tradition is a lost reality characterized by the memory of distant generations, and on the other hand, it is highly valued characteristics of cultural identity. Globalization frees the cultural heritage from locality and territoriality and increases the value what is forgotten and tamed. We recognize that in order to folk culture to be benefit future generations, it must not survive only as recorded memories of past generations, but in the living traditions of the people. And perhaps in 2018, IOV realized and to go along with the future, the special projects commission was constructed. Now what does special project means? I'm not sure at that point even IOV knew what it meant because no one was able to give me a correct direction. But they were smart enough to choose an individual who is brilliant, who is resourceful, and who may think. So in this process, I ended up being the chair special projects. Thank you. No, I'm comfortable. And so I had to think because there are so many commissions that IOV has. It has science, it has research, it has festivals, it has crafts, so many commissions. But when we look at folk art, it is not A, B, C, D. It is A, B, C, D. It's all continuum. It's all one. And here we are kind of fragmented. So I thought the first step that the special projects may take is getting all together and during the pandemic, using the technology, virtual possibilities, we from the Commission project proposed a virtual festival of dreams, but the dreams kind of could not become realities, except one or two countries, not many, could join because of the, I think because of the limited resources and also pandemic. The idea was that each country would represent 1, 2, 3 of their elements like food, crafts, performing arts, and bring it all together and show it to the world to make them realize that food doesn't come alone. Food, the costume, nothing is alone, it is all connected. And to establish this connected would be part of IOV's special project. So we have a couple of things that we propose to do now in future is have an interactive museum, intercultural museums, IOV research grant which may allow all these things coming together to scholars of different countries and different parts of the world. Modalities for how to grant the scholarships are to be worked out. We have always loss of funds, no money, no nothing, but we have great wealth with us. We have the handicrafts, we have the food products, we have the books, we have so much. So why do not we market it? Create a portal, create a market, IOV e-Bazaar, and let's try earn some money on by our own effort and by our own work. And that these kind of unique objects that are produced by our own people, our own craftsmen, be brought out to the world and show them the creativity that is part of any inherent culture. Folk performing art centers and cultural tourism. Cultural tourism that is in folklore to experience firsthand the social, cultural practices of any community will develop the highest possible human understanding. According to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, cultural tourism is movements of persons for essentially cultural motivations such as study tours, performing arts and cultural tours, travel to festivals and other cultural events, visits to sites and monuments, travel to study nature, folklore, or art and such. So, to understand what cultural tourism, these are words, but in practice, what does one do? In 2019, I created, even before the special project was on, it was my work, but it ended up as being part of what one could call today a cultural tourism project. I had about 19 guests coming from Switzerland, Germany, and Austria to India, to my place, Baroda. They came, they searched, and they found me, and they came to Baroda, where they were interested in understanding and learning the dance in circle, the dance of women in circle. And that is one festival that we have, which continues for 9 nights continuously. So for this festival, they came. But it was not only just going and observing festival. They lived with us. They had our food. Daily morning, they learned 3 hours the practice of this dance. They learned the lyrics of the dance. They understood. They went to the markets and the bazaars to get the totality feel. And sorry, the video is uploaded in a large frame, I can't show you. But they dance, they learn dancing, they dance in the festival in the evening, and then we have large grounds where people get together. You will not believe it. She talked of crowds, you talked of crowds, but we have 40,000 young men and women dancing together for 9 nights. So this is the kind of cohesive oneness that we as special projects would like to do in future. And I'm proposing 3 ideas that the same Garba experience can be repeated. Shibori textile making in Egypt using indigo. That is something which is very unique. I have thought about this, and the idea is that you bring 2 people, a group, who is non-biased, who is professing equality, who is trying to come up in the world from what is the underdeveloped tag, and still they are so strong in their cultural practices and identity that we all need to learn from them. And the third one is Brazil Camera. So maybe I have the whole blueprint ready for these things, and if IOV permits, we'll do it. Thank you so much for having me.
شكرا بروفيسور.
2 more minutes.
It's okay.
You can have it when you give my food. And during the pandemic, we had a virtual festival because tradition and technology must go together. And we had the same Shaktilu Vartur, the center of energy, where for 5 days we had about 60 groups, evening performances, and the same 5 mornings we had the seminar, as we call the scientific seminars, which explore each and every aspect of this festival, which is like, how was it decorated, who contributed, what is the textile kind of costumes that were worn, and so on and so forth. So a small introductory video.
No problem.
Thank you very much. And maybe you don't know this lady. She is a professor in traditional Indian dancing. And you don't believe that I have seen this lady dancing. على مدى حقيقة العديد من السنوات الأولى للمنظمة كانت السيدة فاروق شاه تقوم بأعمال حقيقة فنية رائعة وتقدم العديد من المشاريع الناجحة للمنظمة. وعلى مدى حقيقة السنوات الأولى للمنظمة منذ التأسيس في السبعينات كانت بروفيسور فاروق شاه حقيقة من أنشط وحقيقة أعمق من يتمعن في التراث الشعبي الهندي في العالم وتقديمه إلى العالم. حقيقة احنا فخورين أن يكون عندنا في المنظمة عضو بمرتبة ومكانة هذه السيدة الجليلة، ونحن نعدها مبادرة لأنها صاحبة مبادرات عديدة تقدم لحقيقة المنظمة وللحركة المعنية بالتراث الشعبي في العالم تقدم دائما مشاريع رائدة، وحقيقة أنا باسم المنظمة أحيي السيدة فاروشا. Thank you very much, Dr. Baba.
Hello. Now we start the time intervention for the national section chair and for the member who wanted to say something to the General Assembly. And the first speaker is Mr. Paolo Urbano. This is my friend Pier Paolo Urbano, of course, from Italian. Italian people, this is member of IOV Italy. And he worked in many fields with exchange, with European Union contribution in disability, and with project to exchange. But he can explain better his mission. Welcome, Mr. Paolo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Fabrizio. Thank you very much to you all. My name is Pier Paolo Urbano. I am Italian, and I am lucky to live the world of folk dance since I was children. I was dancer, I was art director, I was president of my folk dance group. I teach around my region folk dance traditional folk dance, and now I organize more international folk dance festivals around Europe and in my country. But the most important project I realized in my life, it started in 2017. The name of this project is In Art, Inclusive Art. It is a project that includes people with disability in the sector of art, dance and music. And this project gave me the opportunity to know a new world. Okay, so in 2017 we founded the first folk dance group composed by people with disability. The name is Il Fiore, the flower. It is composed about more or less 20 people with disability. And we go around in my festival, and they take part in my festival like a normal group. Day after, we founded a choir group named Ophelia, composed by people, it's a choir group composed by people with psychiatric disability. I am not a singer, I am not a teacher of song, but I teach them, like volunteer. But I understand, after some years, I understand one thing, that the just way is not just way to include these people in the sector of the art, because I create a dance group composed by people with disability and a choir group composed by people with disability. The just way is not this. The just way is include these people in our folk dance group. I have not to create a space for them. I have to include them in my dance group. And now we go around Europe, around the world, to invite all the band music director, the folk dance group director, choir director, theater association to involve people with disability in their activity. How? I don't know how. You can involve them how you want. They can't dance, okay. They can song. They can song, okay. They can play music. They can song. They can dance. They can play music. They can take a flag. I have a fantastic experience with the folk dance group coming from the south of Italy, the group from Verbicaro, and there is my big friend Salvatore. I don't know if Salvatore understands me. I don't know if Salvatore listens to me when I speak. Salvatore has a grave disability, is lame, no? And he screams when I speak with him. But I see that when he has his custom, because he go with his chair with the group during the parade or during the show, and when he has this custom, he stays calm. He is calm. He is relaxed. And it is a very nice experience to stay with him during this moment. So what I would like to do now with you, I would like to invite you to include people in your activity. You can contact the family. You can contact the local institution for STEM if there are some people that need to be involved. Because sometimes they are ashamed, the family are ashamed to come to you. So they need that you go to them and you invite them. Probably you will not receive money for this. Probably you will not receive a prize for this. But I am sure that, like me, you will be more rich. You will be more rich, and this experience, it is one fantastic experience for the component of your group too. I see myself when I will be older than now, no? And I will finish what I did for a folk dance world in my life. I think that this experience is the best that I can do for this sector. Thank you very much for every people. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this long way, my dear friend. And so we can go ahead. And now, Dieter, are you ready? Yeah, every time ready. Okay, now is the time. This is not the same person as before, because now is not the chair of the Festival and Practices Commission. Now is now we welcome the chair of the Netherlands section of IOV, Geert Nijhoff.
Yes, welcome for the second time. I try to keep it short because we are running out in this program. But it's my mission to tell you about our national section in the Netherlands. And these days we have talked a lot about sections, well or not well organized. But I give you an example how you can organize a section. I will tell you a little bit about our section in the Netherlands, the members of IOV Netherlands, our activities, our collaboration, our festivals. And what about the future? Because the future is the most important for our folk art. We have learned these days that there are a lot of problems in keeping on our folk art as we have done before the COVID-19 period. In the Netherlands, we started with IOV in August '95, and then we wanted to have an own association with keeping our folk traditions in the Netherlands safe for the future. And in that period there were a lot of festivals, a lot of activities, a lot of groups. But the problem is that many of the groups have not renewed the situation because our younger generation, we lost them. And there is a very few interest in becoming a member of a folk dance group or even take a position in the board. So that's one of the biggest problems for most of the sections in the Netherlands. But we are lucky, we have a good section. We have our own magazine. On the right hand you see the front page of our section. We have board members. A national section consists at least in a chairman, a secretary, and a treasurer. And we have the possibility to have an extra member in our board. This is important that at any moment one of the people can fall out and we can go on with our activities. And members in the board learn about to manage a section. 2 meetings in a year. In springtime and in autumn, we try to gather all the members for our board meeting. The actual situation is that we now have only 2 festivals. Annual festival was my own festival, the CIVO Festival, and once in 2 years we had a festival in the province of Friesland, and the festival of Henk, my colleague, the financial director at IOV. There is also a festival in the city of Schagen in North Holland. Now about the problems that we now have. We have seen that after COVID-19, the number of visitors for activities are declining. There is a less of interest in visiting activities of folk art. High costs of organizing events. There are many rules, new rules for organizing a festival. And that means that many of our volunteers say, okay, if the municipality wants to ask more and more of our work, we finish our activities for the organization. Many young people say folk art is old-fashioned. And we live now, we have modern activities with social media, etc. We have no interest in folk dance activities or folk music. Great shortage of volunteers and families. And after the COVID-19, new problem was that also sponsorships of local companies was shortened. And that means there is less budget for the activities. We must look around for finding collaboration with everyone who wants to keep alive our folk art traditions. And I think this is the most important, that we find new solutions for going on for the future. Trying to find new choreographics with traditional dances, it's a question for me, but maybe we must, because time is changing very fast at this moment. We can keep our traditions, but we can also add new activities with more modern situations or attractive situations for younger generations. When I look forward and I talk with our visitors, they want to see a lot of activities in a very short time. They want to walk around in the festival area, and they want to see traditional heritage. They want to see traditional food cooking, preparing food with special products. They want to pick up a few moments of a performance, not 20 minutes. They want to see the performance of the group. They want to see many things in a very short time, because everyone is hurrying and has not a lot of time for staying long time in a festival. We must try to find a good way that we can gather people for a longer stay in our festivals. Make it joyful, make it affordable for them, and make it easy to to come to a festival. Low prices. Low prices is one of the aspects that we are convinced that we cannot ask every year more money for entering a festival. The audience must be surprised. So for the programmers, I would advise bring new elements. Don't tell before what you are going to do, but during the festival, make a surprise that the visitors, the audience goes home and say, oh, this was a nice festival. We were surprised by what they did. Then they come back. These are performances of Dutch groups. Mostly we have dark costumes, but also in the Netherlands we have very nice folk groups with traditional clothes of a high level. Our festivals in the Netherlands are all non-profit organizations. We try to survive by reducing all the costs, working with volunteers, and we try to get the sponsorship of local companies. It's very important that an organization is embedded in the local community so that you know your companies, you know the directors of the companies, you can ask for some money from that companies. Our festival area I show you also activities outside the stages where people can interact with groups with special activities. Many groups from all over the world gathering in the festival. It brings a lot of joy. After the COVID-19, I told already, reduced number of active performers, younger generation and participation in foreign festivals is also reducing because I hear about problems with traveling to festivals abroad. In my country, most of the dance groups are older people. They say, for us, it's not necessary to make a long travel to a distant continent. We want to keep it near our area. These are typical examples of Dutch folk art groups. Young directors. We try to find new groups, young people, choreographic with attractive programs to enthusiasm young generations. But it's not easy. Colorful costumes, old-fashioned words. This was my presentation about our section in the Netherlands. Thank you for listening.
Okay, now is time of Mr. Arman Uskaiman from Armenia. He asked for an introduction.
Well, I'm sorry for my voice. Good day to everyone. I want to introduce myself. I'm Armando Ukasian from Armenia. I'm a member of IOV since 2015. And I'm also the representative president in Armenia in many international organizations, such as International Dance Council, CID by UNESCO, the World Artistic Dance Federation, World Dance Organization, World Dance Council, International Sport Dance Association, European Sport Dance Federation, European Association of Folk Festivals, and finally I am President of World Association of Performing Arts, WAPA World. Also I am President of World Union of Professional Choreographers, Armenian National Ballet Association. I want to introduce our organization, WAPA, which since 2022 we make a signature with also IOV, World Incorporation. WAPA was founded in 2014, 9 years ago, and during these 9 years we did a lot of works. We have representative presidents in 106 countries, and we have 250,000 members in the world. They are dancers, musicians, singers, sculptures, people of the fashion, models, and at this moment, since 2014, under the patronage of the WAPA World, organize a lot of international festivals and competitions. Competitions are in singing style, musician style, and dancing style. And also we organize specially traditional folk dance festivals around in 65 countries at this point, and more than 300 festivals during the year. In 22 countries we have supporting from the government and Ministry of Culture. Especially it is in Latin America and some Asian countries. For example, in Mexico we have 24 festivals international during the year. Same in Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Canada, Cuba, and around the world. Our goal is to promotion folk art in all over the world. But also my work, my goal is the promotion Armenian folk art around the world, and to tell about the Armenian traditional dancing, Armenian traditional folk art around the world, for everybody to know it. Also, I have organized around 9 years in Armenia international festivals and competition. During the year, we have more than 25 events in Armenia. That is the international and national musician singing and dancing competition. And also since the last year, we made traditional folk dance international festival in Armenia. Last year we had participants more than 2,000 dancers from 16 countries. And this year, end of November, start of December, is about 8 to 12 of December, we will organize the second time traditional folk dance festival, where also I would like to invite all board of directors of IOV, also other international organizations, and we will host folk traditional dance groups from different countries. I want to invite all dance groups from all over the world. And in Armenia also we have cooperation and supporting with the government and the Ministry of Culture. And the finally gala concert we organize in National Opera Ballet Theatre. And also we make the video, and by the new year we show it by National TV of Armenia. So I want also say to Board of Directors for IOV to thank you to invite me on this wonderful assembly. Since last year, I'm very actively participant in all assembly of IOV, and I'm interested to cooperation with IOV because IOV is #1 in the world. Please applause to IOV. IOV is the most beautiful and biggest organization in the world, which are promotion traditional folk art around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arman. Now it's time for a new friend for us, a new member from Serbia. We meet him, really, it's my friend from a long time, but I will meet him for the first time in Bari when there was the meeting of the World Organization. And so now our member from Serbia will present and introduce himself, his I don't know, organization or proposal. I see it's coming not alone. Welcome, Mr. Tesanovic. Thank you. Please take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I want to tell you some words, and just hold on a second. First of all, I want to tell a big thank you for the opportunity to be part of this meeting. And today, in an age of division, modern technology, recent pandemic, and even war time, secret times, there was someone who united us under one flag. We can tell that this flag is the Volta. Also, we have opportunity today to be in one building where it exists two offices. One office is IOV, another is IOV. We are really so close, but in another hand, we are really so far. I think that this is true. And big congratulated to our friends from Sharjah who start to do something like this, because I think that all of us in the future have just one goal. Also, it's congratulated to you, IOV, and to tell people who have contributed to this excellent organization that is moving forward strongly on a global level with a clear clear goal. And at the same time, not forgetting the true values and friendly of the artistic collective. I must mention President of IOV Federation, Mr. Khalid, because during those time, the Federation recorded incredible results, and also might be really so big friend, the General Secretary, who was and also now indispensable person in the formation of excellent team and logistical support. I want just tell some questions, because we discuss about really so big number of the federation, and all of them have more or less similar rules. So we usually use the words that something is free. Nothing is free. Just depends how it's the price. Will be 20 euro, 40 euro, 50 euro, 100 euro, 1000 euro. But I think that's not the question how it's something costs. Most important that we have some rules for festivals, but also for the groups, that they feel safely, they feel better, and I mean that we have a lot of the festival where the people who come in like artists, they don't respect like artists, they give them really bad rules. They don't have enough the food because usually festivals prefer to invite the groups with the young people, but young people really can eat so enough, and if they don't have so enough to eat, they don't have minimum like artists. I think that we must think how we must put out some festival with these rules, if you agree. Also, we have the groups who don't respect the program, don't respect the organization who made the festival. Also, I think this will be really correct that we have information which group work like this, which group make the problems, and also have information about this. And maybe it will be better don't invite them. Because really, dear friends, I think that we are one big train, and all these I tell folk organizations, it's a locomotive of this train. And each wagon, I can tell it's the stations, it's our programs, what we can offer to the groups that they really want to be part of us. And these wagons will be a lot of the members of the folk board, and really the number of the members around the world of the folk world is so big. We must be much strongly, we must be power for the future generation, because we so happy because we have now many really excellent tradition, but we must protect and give them to continue. In this case, thanks so much to the town, Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, what organized this meeting, and I hope that every next meeting will be really better and more clean relations with the groups, festival, organizations in the folk world. Thanks for your attention, and I hope that every next time will be much better situation for our folk groups, members, and organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The item that you presented, your speech is very important. And we have to take care of this item. Thank you very much.
Now we have one more new member. I think he's a new member. Yeah? Liliana Ochoa from Canada. And she has important information to tell us about the next year. Yeah? Is a country lady. Welcome.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Bonjour. We are the delegation of Canada
And we would like to bring you a tiny small taste of our beautiful city. We are not born Canadian, but Toronto is our home. And we will be happy to welcome you, our friends, for 2024 IOV Assembly of the Americas in Toronto. This is an amazing and multicultural city. Nous sommes les représentants du Canada et nous voulons vous apporter juste un petit échantillon de notre belle ville. Nous ne sommes pas nés au Canada, mais Toronto est notre maison et nous serons heureux de vous accueillir l'année prochaine pour l'Assemblée des Amériques 2024 dans cette belle ville multiculturelle.
What happens when spices from the east kiss fruits from the west? When an Arctic wind dances with a southern flame, you get this city, Toronto. Our montage embroidered in graffiti, the artist playground, the entrepreneur's launch pad where antiquity is framed in fashion, a place where the imagination grows wings. The fabric of this city is culture. Come and listen to the mosaic of languages, a panorama of dreamers, each one of us a thread, weaving our stories into spectacular tapestry. Here, there's something for everyone, because everyone is here. Here, artists design young minds with educators, innovators coalesce with curators, curators fuse with entrepreneurs, musicians remix the pulse of the city, poets and architects infuse with academics. Come, explore the magic we're building. Bring your values, visions, and perspectives. With open arms, present your true essence. Witness the montage of culture painted on a blank canvas. The cacophony of ingenious businesses creating global change. Take the elevator up north. From the peak, you can see our legacy. Generations worth of stories. Each voice a brushstroke on the skin of the city. Come see what makes this our home. While so many more are on their way. Let our cultures inspire yours. Come see our electricity, our spark, our breath, our glow. The North Star in a constellation of cultures. Come to our home, Toronto. Welcomes you.
Bravo, bravo, thank you very much.
Hello, now is the time to go to lunch, but not immediately, please stay seated. I will take one more 2 or 3 minutes of your time because yesterday we leave one matter, not legal matter, Anneli, not about the bylaw, but inside the bylaw there is a chapter if maybe not very clear, and I received many questions about this, and so I want to just ask you as the General Assembly to define and clarify which is our choice. Very simple. We know all the members, of course, in good standing, all the members of IOV can use the IOV logo inside paper, ticket card. All the members can use the IOV logo as a presentation and introduction of his activity. Okay, it's regular, but the question is, because the logo have a trademark, is possible to put word inside the logo, and so we must change the trademark, or is better to put the word up, inside, down, but not into the logo, because not many. Hello. Some section has brought in this space. For example, I don't know, China, Bahrain, the name of the state, right? But this is a change inside the logo. So the logo needed to be deposited one more time with another copyright, because it's a change. It's not the original. And if maybe if we want to vote one decision, we can choose if we want allow and permit to put the name of the country inside the logo, or if it's better to put the name, for example, down or up or inside, but not into the logo. Okay?
أنا أتصور فيما يخص اللوجو كشكل يظل مستقل كامل يحمل اسم المنظمة ككل، وممكن وضع الأسماء في أسفل
ممكن تضع أي اسم من الأسماء، لكن لا يمكن تضع الاسم في هذا الموقع. يعني على سبيل المثال احنا في مجلة الثقافة الشعبية نستخدم اللوجو نفسه، لكن كامل وتحته اسم المنظمة، حتى يظل اللوجو مستقل يحمل اسم المنظمة الشامل ككل. وعلى فكرة احنا نستخدم اللوجو مال المنظمة، لكن ندفع سنويا للمنظمة 50,000 يورو سنويا مقابل استخدام اللوجو، لكن للأعضاء لهم حرية استخدام اللوجو كفروع، لكن ليس داخل اللوجو نفسه كتصميم، وإنما في الأسفل. وأنا أفضل ما يكون في الأعلى، وإنما يكون في الأسفل، حتى نحفظ للوجو هيبته ويحفظ له مكانته كشعار للمنظمة منذ أن تأسست وحتى اليوم. وإحنا مقدرين يعني ونحترم كل الفروع التي تستخدم اللوجو، واللوجو متاح لأنه يمثلنا كلنا كمجموعة، وكلنا كمجموعة دول، مجموعة فروع. شكرا. عشان تحبون تصوتون على هذا الكلام أو تحبون الموافقة عليه بشكل عام، الأمر متروك لكم. If you are all agreed, please raise your hand so we can say, yeah, for the logo.
Okay, so just a moment, please. Just a moment. We have a suggestion from Poland.
The logo should not be changed. The logo is legally protected.
Nothing should be put into it. Nothing should be changed into it. So all additions should be outside the logo, below the logo, like IOV logo, and below it you have Polish section, whatever. So absolutely there is nothing to discuss here. I'm sorry to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But I want one more time ask to you if everybody here agree. So please put your hand up if you agree. Yes, of course. Thank you. So please inform all member, all section, all the situation. The name of the country must be not inside the logo, but outside. You want to take it?
فيما يتعلق باللوجو هو اوريدي محمي مثل ما قلت حقوق الملكيه الفكريه، حقوق المؤلف، تكلمنا عن الموضوع وناقشناه من قبل، يعني قبل حتى اكثر من سنه. فاللوجو هو الشيء اللي يميز المنظمه، يعني اي تعديل فيه بيغير مضمونه، وبالتالي ما في مجال لمناقشه مثل هذا الموضوع مثل ما قلت، لان اي اضافه له معناته ان هذا ما بيكون اللوجو الخاص بالاي او في، بيكون شيء ثاني، اوكي؟ وممكن اي احد يستخدمه حتى يكون يخضع المساءله الجنائيه والقانونيه بناء على استخدامه للوجو سواء كان من اعضاء المنظمات. اذا كنتم تحتاجون ان تقررون استخدامه من قبل الاعضاء باعتبار انه هو ما يجوز لاي جهه حتى لو كانوا اعضاء بشكل شخصي يستخدمون اللوجو، يستخدمه الناشونال سكشن فقط، اوكي؟ الا اذا انتم اردتوا ان تسمعون. انا ما اعتقد توسيع مساحه استخدام اللوجو للجميع، يعني يكون فقط الناشونال سكشنز الهيد ماله اللي يشتغلون فيه هم اللي يستخدمون اللوجو، فقط العاملين فيه وليس الاعضاء. كيف حتى نحافظ على خصوصيه هذا اللوجو ويكون خاص يعني بالمنظمه وما يتم التوسع في استخدام الجهات المختلفه. اذا بيوضع ويشار يعني من مثل ما قلت خارج النطاق فهذا امر مختلف. مثل ما انتم تستخدمونه في الثقافه الشعبيه، تحط اللوجو انت ما تغير في شيء. فهذا يسرع من الجميع. واعتقد ان احنا ما نصوت على شيء من النوع لانه هو مو موضوع قابل للتصويت.
هو الهدف دكتور حنابل بصفتك انت الجهه القانونيه في المنظمه، الهدف هو التوضيح. يعني بكل وضوح يعني الاعضاء حبا في المنظمه والفروع حبا في المنظمه ويحبون الانتماء الى المنظمه، لذلك هم يحاولون وديا استخدامه خارج نطاق القضايا القانونيه، لكن احنا حبينا نوضح في هذا الاجتماع بان لا يمكن الدخول الى التصميم نفسه ووضع اسم شخص او اسم فرد، لكن اذا مثلا عضو من اعضاء المنظمه يبي يعمل فيزيتنج كارد ويبي يحط شعار المنظمه على اساس افتخار بانتمائه للمنظمه، لا مانع من ذلك في التصميم، لكن لا يمكن وضع اي تعديل داخل الشعار نفسه، يظل محتفظ بشكله وهيبته القانونيه.
انا اتفق معك، لكن الاشكاليه بتكمن وين؟ انه بيصير في توسع في استخدامه، يعني احيانا ممكن شخص مو عضو في المنظمه او يستخدم اللوجو، انت اذا فتحت المجال ما تقدر ترفض من استخدم اللوجو من مستخدمه، هل هو عضو في المنظمه او غير عضو في المنظمه، فبتفتح المجال انه يتم استخدام اللوجو من قبل اي احد. احنا يعني يمكن مرينا بهذه الاشكاليه ان ناس انسبوا لنفسهم انهم يمثلون الاي او في، نفس اشكاليه في الكويت اذا تذكر، وهم ما يتبعون الاي او في.
عندنا اشكاليه في الكويت، عندنا اشكاليه في الكويت في هذا الخصوص.
فاحنا دائما نقدر نضيق من السماح باستخدامه، يعني الشخص حتى لو كان احنا نقدر حبهم للمنظمه وانتمائهم للمنظمه ورغبتهم في انه يبرزون هذه المشاعر، لكن هذا امر رسمي يعني بعيد عن العواطف. حتى لا ندخل في اشكالات قانونيه من اي نوع.
صحيح.
خصوصا نحن يعني نعمل وورلد وايد على مستوى العالم.
شكرا.
فصعب انك ترسل.
انا اعتقد الموضوع واضح للجميع، لكن اذا في احد عنده اي يعني اعتراض على ما تم الاتفاق عليه ودنا نسمع وجهه نظره، على اساس ان المجال مفتوح للحوار. لكن اذا كلنا متفقين اعتقد الموضوع في غايه الوضوح باعتبار الجهه القانونيه في المنظمه. شكرا دكتوره هنادي.
Just a moment. I suggest we can put in the bylaw of no one use it because bylaw didn't say that we can put in the trading, use of the trading, we can put the idea as you said in bylaw. Yes, yeah, we can put that as officially in our bylaw about law. You don't need to put now we get more protect in the logo, in the bylaw. I think this better. No,
I speak in Arabic, please, if you can hear.
I'm sorry, I said in the bylaw we didn't write that we can put in.
Which I heard you, but I'm gonna answer in Arabic, so please listen to me. The translation. Okay. Okay. كنا نسجل المادة في البايلوز يعني هو مو شيء مهم ولا أكيد، عارفين لأن هذا يعتبر من قبيل المبادئ القانونية اللي معروفة، يعني حتى لو ما وثقت ضمن القوانين فهي مبدأ قانوني. ما يجوز بأي جهة استخدام شعار خاص يتبع الجهة، لأن فيه انتهاك لحقوق الملكية الفكرية وفيه اتفاقيات دولية تحكم هذه العملية، فهي مبادئ قانونية دولية وحتى وطنية داخل الدول.
هذا كذلك دكتورة تنص عليه الوايبو.
هذا هو
المنظمة الدولية لحرية الملكية الفكرية تنص على استخدام شعار أي جهة، إن كان جهة ثقافية، أدبية أو تجارية. هناك قانون ثابت دوليا عن طريق منظمة الوايبو World Intellectual Property.
صحيح، وهي المنظمة اللي تطبق الاتفاقية الدولية لحماية حقوق الملكية الفكرية. وفيها هذه المسألة مساءلة قانونية ومساءلة مدنية، بل حتى تعويض ممكن يحصل عليه الشخص اللي يتم استخدام
شكرا لكم جميعا.
Thank you.
I don't know if all people want to say more something. So, in effect, in the bylaw is allowed to use the logo, but is permitted to use, but is not permitted to change, to modify, to edit. If I put inside into the logo a name, I change the logo. Yes.
I wanted to make maybe a proposal. Aside from the legal aspect, which I agree this is protected, there's legal implications about the logo and shouldn't be changed, but thinking more about the practical use that all of us in the national sections do, maybe at the executive committee or a commission that you delegate to can create a brand use guidelines just to explain what are the possible uses that the members can do. And in that guidelines, like you do with other brands, you can explain what is the appropriate colors that you can use, where you can use it, in what way, because over the times, sometimes we see the national sections use the logo, sometimes they change the color, sometimes they stretch it different and it looks weird. So if we create some sort of rules, so everybody, sometimes people use the logo wrong, not on purpose, they just don't know. So if there are some rules that we can create like guidelines and distribute it, and so everybody use the same standard logo, and that for the use. But I agree in terms of the legal protection and shouldn't be changed. And that is a suggestion if some sort of brand guidelines can be developed and shared with everybody.
Thank you. This is a proposal to develop by the new board of directors for the next job. Thank you very much for suggestion. So if we can close, maybe we want to go to take lunch, to eat something. And so please, how much time? We can come back here in 1 hour. Come back here in 1 hour, yeah? So we start at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
We'll be here in the middle.
Почему смешно? Чик-чик-чик. One more please. Historical and natural. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Ostavila si samo sve. Je li ovo tvoj?
Je.
How's the light? Light? Yeah, yeah.
Now, yeah. We will start with the young so another. So when we start the youth, we want to use every youth in the front side and together people in the second line. Yes. Chair of the second will be there. We will be there for the second. If the second all the executive
With the whole thing. I'm coming.
I'll pass it to you. What's the number? The WhatsApp address.
after 1988.
Can you see the whole thing there?
So all these people must be you can call also because you need our work.